already know. Yes, it being obvious is not an argument. You're right. It's actually a very valid rebuttal to you feigning ignorance. You should know these things. And actually, I don't need to do my due diligence about this subject because this isn't a video about the negative consequences of predator poaching. That is just a point I made in passing before I got to the actual point as to why your involvement was actually detrimental to these cases, which I actually did provide testimony and evidence of.
You actually don't, but we'll move on to that in a moment. Because I'm
not done yet. I was just allowing you to make that comment, but I'm not done yet. Secondly, Lio, I believe the last thing you said there before you went on your extra tangent, it was about you were saying that the victims pass on evidence to the police, and that if you're just a concerned neighbor calling the police because you saw someone break into your neighbor's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said? Okay, Lio. Yeah, that's drastically different from, I don't know, maybe calling the police on someone in a different country for a burglary that you don't live in that country. That's actually very different. Or even in a different state. That's actually very different, Lio. If you calling the police, someone who's not a mandatory reporter to our knowledge, are you a mandatory reporter, Lio? You work with kids?
Know. You tell me.
You would know. You should be able to answer that.
Come on, dude.
I don't know. I think it's funny.
Just answer it. Just answer.
Please.
No, not by law.
You're breaking the rule of pedantry. Okay, you're not a mandatory reporter. Okay, so you have no probable excuse as to why you would be reporting something that didn't happen, that you aren't a actual direct witness to or even involved with. Are you a family member of the person you're reporting from out of state?
No, I do. I actually do, because according to Texas law, if I am aware of a felony, I am obligated to report it.
Yes, if you're aware of a felony in Texas.
It doesn't say in Texas. That's not what it says in the law.
I don't care if you want to get fucking pedantic. You're not going to be like...
The law is all pedantry, Kumo. I'm sorry you don't know that.
About your armchair. I don't care about your armchair attorney status. Okay, Lio?
I really do. That's why you keep trying.
What I'm responding to is the fact that you're the one being pedantic by bringing up Texas law. You're bringing up Texas law. You're bringing up a Texas law. You're bringing up a vague Texas law that doesn't specifically disclose what we are talking about. Why are you trying to interrupt me so hard?
Because I think that
you're trying so desperately to stop me from making my point. What I think is more funny than someone pivoting is someone desperately trying to stop the other person from making their point.
I'm not stopping you. Continue.
You're trying to interrupt me.
You did interrupt him multiple times.
Okay, Lio. So my point still stands that if you were reporting a crime on the behalf of someone that lives in either a different state or a different country, you actually have no real connection to it, and you were not actually a real witness to it.
So evidence out in the open about something going on isn't witness.
Lio, if you are not a witness, and you report something to the police, you're a detriment, because you're only supposed to report something if you witnessed it.
That literally makes no sense, but we'll move on from there. But
I was going to ask. Let's hold on. Pause. I'm gonna actually have us move on from this point, because I don't know that either you or Kumo are correct in this. I don't actually know what the correct choice in this. I do have licenses and certifications in this, but specifically within my state and specifically within my counties. I don't know what the right choices in this case is, and I don't think people who don't have licenses or certifications in this should be talking about this. So
yeah,
let's move on from this point, please.
Yeah, okay. It's getting looping.
Thank you.
We'll move on to after one point. If you actually believe this, Kumo, why are your Brion videos still up?
What do you mean, why are my Brion videos still up?
If you believe that internet vigilantism, as you call it, is a detriment to possible cases, why are your Brion videos still up?
My videos on Brion weren't vigilantism.
Calling somebody
it's getting looping.
Vigilantism?
No, that's raising awareness. That's not justice. That's not me trying to. That's one not me trying to obtain vigilante justice through reporting him to the police, or two, trying to take justice into my own hands. That's raising awareness to people who might not know.
And the fact that
he's done these things,
and the fact that he made a false screen cap of you had nothing to do with it, I'm sure.
Yeah, actually, it had nothing to do with it. I might have addressed it in my video, but it had nothing to do with the fact that he was weird with kids.
Because the entire reason why you got that in commentary together is because you panicked when you did it. Because I was one of the first people you went to.
When he did it.
Yeah, you did, Kumo. But anyways,
did it. Okay.
8:33. You claim that I'm saying I'm the reason for Josh having a jail time concerning assaulting police, but then you play a clip of me talking about how he's on probation for computer crimes, claiming it's a lie. Did you actually call the courthouse, or did you do any research outside of typing?
Repeat
what the
timestamps were real quick.
8:33.
Okay, and then what was in that timestamp?
You claim I'm saying I'm the reason for Josh having jail time concerning assaulting police, which, by the way, factual. But then you play a clip of me talking about how Josh is on probation for computer crimes, claiming that's a lie. Did you actually call the courthouse, or did you do any research outside of typing? What?
So what we're gonna do, Lio, because I clearly can't trust you to just be honest about what the clip has in it, is I'm going to play the clip because that's not at all. That's not.
Lio, are we like diving into the whole like Vita section? I mean,
I want to know if he did any actual research out of typing.
Yes, Lio, I did my research. I even show it on screen I show it on screen.
Did you call the courthouse?
Lio,
yes, no?
I don't need to call the courthouse. Lio. I looked up the county records.
Lio,
so the answer is no. Thank you. We can move on.
Lio, me and Kumo went into this whole thing already. You know,
I'm aware. I'm not you.
Well, no, like
I'm trying with Sarah. Sarah's on your side here.
Sarah's not on anyone's side, but we'll move on.
I'm trying to move on.
That's not true. Sarah's on my side.
Yeah, I'm on Deccan's side right now.
I have literally said I'll move on. Make up your mind.
Yeah, we're just moving on. We're moving on. We're just moving on. We're moving on from...
So you're going to concede that point, then you're just trying to make Lio?
No, not on your life. But Sarah wants it moved on, so we're moving on.
I wasn't going to say to move... Fuck it, whatever.
No, we're not moving on. We're taking it point by point. You tried to make a point. Let's not avoid your point here. So I'm going to play. Okay. I'm going to play the clip. I'm going to play the clip you're citing, and then you're going to repeat your claims.
Go ahead, big boy.
I know my dick is bigger than yours. You don't need to remind me.
I highly doubt that.
You can hush.
How did I supposed to prove?
There we go, Lio. So before I let you repeat your point, I want to make sure we're on the same page here. So I want to ask you, Lio, what relevance does Joshua Vita being a predator have to do with him getting any sort of charges about assault, misdemeanor assault, or computer crimes? What relevance does him being a predator have to do with that?
Because my point was how frustrating it is the police weren't doing anything about that, but they'll arrest him for assault and for computer crimes. That was my point.
Okay. And then I have one more question since that's your answer. Okay. If that's your answer, then Lio, why do you go through that sort of routine where you give that exact explanation of where you talk about him being a predator and him getting arrested or getting charges for misdemeanor assault and computer crimes in response to people asking you, because this was actually very recent where you were asked about it, in response to people asking you if you've ever put predators behind bars?
Because I'm literally talking about how frustrating it is to try to get that done when the law doesn't seem to care.
But that wasn't the question you were asked that you answered it with.
It is the question I was asked that I answered it with.
I'm actually talking about Stardust's live stream. That's not what she
Stardust lives.
Okay, hold on. What was the question that was asked?
Stardust asked him if he had ever put anyone behind bars with his predator hunting activities.
Okay.
And he responded with pretty much the same thing verbatim.
Yeah, because I'm frustrated with the fact that the law hasn't worked the way it's supposed to.
Okay, but that's not her question, and you answered it with that.
The only person I'm aware of that ever got behind bars due to what we were doing was some dork named Legend.
Can you confirm that person was put behind bars?
I'd have to go find the DMs when he came back online and started raging about the fact that he had to go to jail over it.
Do you know? Well, anybody can lie about going to jail. Can you actually confirm that he was put behind bars and two was put behind bars because of you?
Okay, was this like back in the fucking Barrel days? Like, is this?
It was the intermediate time between Barrel and Senate.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Can you 4 years ago. Can you confirm whether it was you or not that had an influence on him allegedly being behind bars?
Well, Yeah, because he blamed me for it, so I'd imagine so.
Well, him blaming you and claiming he was sent to jail isn't proof of him going to jail, or proof of him.
When I
being
choose to go
bars.
dig it up, I'll be happy to do so for you.
Do you know what? I'm going to take a previous ruling. Not enough people know the context of this. It's too long ago. And it would take too much digging, so we'll get side tangents. Also, because we've been doing, when it happened. Yeah, and also because we've been side tangent with this and other things I've brought up. Just quickly, the general question, this came from chat, was what qualifications, certifications, licenses, or classes has Lio taken to help these people? Also, if he wants an example, Chris Hansen and Onision for 5, thank you, Priestess, and bring in Barbie the lawyer from Brian for 2, because. Fucking, that's a lot of legal talk. Can we move on from this point? Because we've been on it for 20 minutes.
Oh well, I was asking Lio questions, and I would like him to I'd like him to reassert what he said about the clip.
Okay.
My reassertion about the clip is that you're saying that I was lying about Josh getting arrested for assaulting people, which I'm not, and that somehow I'm lying about him being on probation for computer crimes.
Yeah, there was nothing in the county records about him being on probation for computer crimes, but there were actually. It did state he was on probation in South Carolina or
Georgia.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Georgia. It was the other state. They said he was on probation for the assault.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, and then I posted the court documents with
Lio,
Georgia.
Okay. We've already discussed, and we determined that it would have been better if you just came to me and I could have corrected those minor details, because it didn't take away from the point I was making about Lio. But I do plan to correct those minor details I did get wrong in the follow up. So Lio, you're stating that I said you were lying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's how I know you were lying. It's because it was even evident on the stream with Stardust, where you're asked one question and then you proceed to answer with that answer. And you're stating that it was in response to a different question when that's not the question you were answering. You were answering the questions, and not even in this clip that plays here, you were answering the questions of whether you put him behind bars, or you're alluding to the fact that he's behind, you caught him. And then you proceed to say he's in jail and he's on probation, and then you sprinkle in at the end that it's for computer crimes.
Yeah. What about?
And then you said he was on probation for computer crimes when there's nothing. There's nothing in the criminal records that says he was on probation for computer crimes, but it did say he was on probation for misdemeanor assault, multiple counts.
That's why I asked you if you called the courthouse, because that's where I got that from. I didn't get it from public docs.
He did get it from the courthouse. This is part of the things that we discussed. He did actually get it from the courthouse.
So do you concede that point?
I do not, because that's not a lie.
It was a lie.
He wasn't lying.
Not a lie.
Oh no!
This isn't me jumping in just to defend him.
I understand where you might be coming from, but I want to at least first address that I know it's a lie, and I can explain why if you need me to.
Take a shot at it.
Okay, Lio, it's a lie when it's an obvious implication that you were the responsible party for him being behind bars, and then you're dishonestly representing the fact that he faced any legal consequences for different reasons. But you talk about these things in the same vein as your predator hunting.
Okay, that doesn't mean that's a lie.
You're conflating the two. You're conflating the two. You might be giving the real reason for it, but you're conflating the two as though you had any real hand in it.
Do you know why he's in trouble for assaulting a police officer?
Something about a wellness check, right?
We'll call the wellness check.
And then there was also another story about how he was at a hospital and he assaulted a nurse.
He called Lio did call the wellness check.
Okay.
I'm just again, this is not me just siding with him for the sake of siding with him. I was there. I was there while he was doing it.
You're good, Sarah. It's just very pedantic because we're talking about Lio bringing this up in the same vein as predator hunting. Calling a wellness check on him. I don't care about what your intentions were. In fact, I didn't even guess your intentions. I don't care if it was honestly just to fuck with him. Good on you. I don't care.
Yeah, for me, I'm just correcting the record on that because I witnessed it.
Okay, hold on. That's all I'm doing. So pointing out that you're wrong about
what I'm saying,
lying is pedantry.
What's pedantic about that is trying to get very particular with me about who called the police and for what, and that Lio did get him in legal trouble because Lio called a wellness check and Vita escalated that on his own, and then he ended up going to jail for a little bit for assault and went on probation for that assault. Where that's lying is because you talk about that in the same context in a very like dishonest and convoluted manner when you're talking about predator hunting, when those two things have literally no relevance to one another. The fact that you called a wellness check on him and the fact that he's a predator, no, you called the wellness check on him for an entirely different reason, did you not?
You don't know I'm going to be blunt here. You don't really know what you're talking about, and you're putting intent behind what I'm doing that just simply is not there.
The intent is very obvious when you repeatedly refer to something that has nothing to do with him being a predator.
When I repeatedly refer to the fact that it's extremely... You mean the thing when I refer to when I completely get frustrated with the fact that the law doesn't do dick about these people, that it's more frustrating to me that him leaking the doxes in Sequestria Fest is something he got in trouble for, and assaulting a cop is something he got in trouble for, but preying on...
Yeah, but that has nothing, that has no relevance to the predator hunting.
So he asked you, like, why, what did you ask him, like, why did he call the wellness check?
Yeah, I did ask him that and he didn't answer.
Okay, why did you call the wellness check?
You literally told me you didn't care why I did it.
Okay, just answer it, please. Just answer it.
Malicious. That's what I was saying.
Jordan was freaking out because Vita was doing the I'm going to kill myself strat and was melting down unless I called a wellness check. I called a wellness check. They tried to take him to the mental ward and he flipped out, attacked his mother, somebody at the ward, and a police officer.
Okay. And so that has nothing to do with him being a predator.
What do you mean that has nothing to do with him being a predator?
Because you were calling a wellness check on him. You were calling a wellness check on him because he was clearly like having an episode and he was mentally unwell, right?
He was melting down and trying to guilt trip the person he preyed on.
Okay, so he was having an episode. I don't care if he was trying to guilt trip Jordan. That's not like exclusive to his meltdown and you calling the wellness check. He was threatening to kill himself. You called the cops, said he's threatening to kill himself. He's having all these issues. Go make sure he doesn't kill himself. That has nothing to do with him being a predator and how you got him behind bars.
It has everything to do with him also being a predator because he wouldn't even be in contact with Jordan if he wasn't preying on Jordan. That was the point.
Okay, but that's not like exclusive to the fact that you called the wellness check.
And I've given you context for why I go on about this.
Your context doesn't change the fact that you called a wellness check because he was threatening to kill himself. Mm-hmm. Had you called a wellness check because he was trying to groom Jordan, the cops wouldn't have shown up.
No, but the cops know what he's done and done nothing about it.
That's cool. I didn't ask.
That's cool. I didn't ask for any of your implications here either, but you'll give them regardless, so suck it up and deal with it.
They aren't implications, they're corrections to your assertions.
They are not corrections to my assertions because you don't have anything to correct. You made a claim about me lying and have no evidence for a lie.
You're lying because, what do you mean? The evidence is it's apparent. It's within your response. You're dodging around.
I'm not dodging around anything.
Sarah isn't interjecting anymore because I explained why you're lying.
It's not a lie.
It's a lie, Lio.
It's
a lie. Lio, it's a lie because it has no fucking relevance to it.
I was only interjecting just to like confirm like what he.
You could argue that it's a non sequitur, but you can't argue that it's a lie. A lie is a deception with the intent to deceive others. It's intentional. That's what makes a lie.
Yes, Lio, you were intentionally deceiving people when they ask you a completely different question, and you give them an answer that is not only convoluted but completely unrelated.
That is not a lie, Kumo.
That is a lie.
That is not a lie, and I don't think you know what
that is a lie. You're omitting the relevant facts to like deceive. It's very obvious when someone asks you if you're responsible for putting any predators behind bars. And you tell them, oh, well, this guy I called a wellness check on assaulted someone in front of a police officer and then got put on probation for that. You're lying. Like that's an obvious lie. That's an obvious lie. No, you're trying to deceive them. You're trying to give them the impression.
I'm not trying to deceive anybody.
You're very blatantly trying to give them the impression.
You don't know my intent.
You're going to stop interrupting me. You're going to stop interrupting me. You're very obviously trying to give them the impression. Sarah, do you want to mute him? You're very obviously trying to give them the impression that you are responsible for this person being behind bars by giving them a convoluted answer. So when you say he was behind bars for this, that, and the third, and then they don't challenge you on that because they're assuming that maybe he was also taken to jail for everything else then too. You're lying. You're omitting the fact with answering that he was behind bars. You're first stating the part where he's behind bars, and then you're omitting the fact that your predator hunting had nothing to do with that. That's lying.
Okay.
That's not a lie.
All right, Lio. I mean, you're not going to concede on this one, right?
No, I'm not, because I'm not lying about anything.
Okay.
But more to the point,
it's a very obvious
Kumo,
lie.
Lio,
no, Kumo, hold on. Can I please respond? Kumo,
Okay,
you do not get the right to complain about pedantry when that's exactly what you're doing here.
I'm not okay. What would be pedantic is what you did earlier when I was like going through the names of your videos and asserting that they were like toy videos, and you were trying to talk about, those aren't toy videos, and then you dragged us out way longer than it needed to over a fact that didn't change my point. That's pedantry, Lio. What isn't pedantry is when I go into a convoluted subject that you yourself convolute, and I have to point out the particulars because you yourself are being pedantic and trying to like use the nitty-gritty details to be like, well, technically I didn't lie. That's not pedantry. You're the one being pedantic here.
I didn't lie.
Okay.
You did lie.
We're getting.
You omitted the relevant information.
No. Hold on. Moderator point. We're at the hour mark. We have been going through we're at the hour mark. We've been going through Lio's points and arguing back and forth at them. Yeah, I want to give Kumu some space to make a couple of points of his, and then we'll see where we're at. We need to extend this. We started earlier anyway. I don't know how people are feeling. At least it's fucking heated. But Kumu, please.
Thank you. I would like to make my points. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. All right, Lio. So firstly, because I actually have these organized, why have you been avoiding me?
Because you're a clown.
Okay, anything other than an opinionated statement?
It's more than what you got, but we'll go with that. You're a clown, you are a dishonest individual, you are a bad faith actor, you are incapable of keeping things straight, and you tend to like to do harassment campaigns when you don't get your way.
Okay, so well poisoning is your answer. Okay.
That is not what I said.
Sure. I'm satisfied with that. I mean, it was like probably the most childish response you could have given me. Because you ignored my friend requests, you ignored my many call-out posts, you left the group chats we were added to before I could even start typing, and you hide behind your platform and take shots and make baseless accusations. Yes, you hide behind your platform because you refuse to speak to me one-on-one. This is actually the first time in human history where you've been willing to speak to me publicly or even speak about anything to do with me publicly. You hide behind your platform and you take shots at me, whether it be in your Discord server or it be in your live streams where I cannot come on and say anything to defend myself. That is how you were hiding. You never corroborate any of these claims you make behind the scenes with any evidence, to which you then use to justify your decision of avoiding me. You use all this to justify your decision of avoiding me and ducking my confrontation.
That's not what I said.
My final comment on that is my opinion is that's objectively more cowardly than anyone else you've called a pussy.
I don't care. I don't owe you anything, and you're a nobody to me. Why would I owe you a conversation?
It's not about you owing me anything, Lio. It's that you're a pussy. It's principle. It's the principle. It's the standards you set. It's the standards you apply to yourself and you apply to other people. It's only fair that I apply them to you in return.
You don't know how to apply standards in any situation, Kumo.
That's a very cool opinion, bro.
It's a factual opinion, bro.
A factual opinion. That's a new one.
Yeah, just like all of your opinions. You sit there and you say they're fat and you don't have to back them up because everybody knows. So why don't I play that same strat? You got anything else?
Well, Lio, actually, it would be the easiest thing in the world if you did take me up on that when I say everyone knows and I tell you to just look it up, because you could then look it up and then you would know if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, you made the claim, therefore...
Nobody is stopping you from looking it up and then coming back.
You have the burden of proof, Kumo.
I typically do prove my assertions.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you really don't. Which is why I have an entire list.
Why do you continue to lie and double down about the self-harm situation?
Because I'm not lying about it. You are.
You're a liar.
No, I am not.
Would you like some examples of how you've been lying?
Oh, but I have an entire script here about.
I'm asking you if you'd like examples of how you've been lying. You're just denying that you are, and I disagree with that. So I'd like to list examples.
But go ahead. Go ahead and take
examples to contest that.
Let Kumo just show it.
I literally just said go for it.
Okay. Example 1, you pushed this narrative alongside Hopeless Peaches that I made girls, plural with implications of force, cut themselves. Peaches literally stating forced. You initially didn't push back. But Peaches, my Peaches video, post my Peaches video, you joined in on this rhetoric after it got taken down and made comments about me in passing in unrelated videos where you levied predator accusations against people I have absolutely no relevance to.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
I'm talking about your Smash Bandicoot video.
Okay, pull it up.
Do you want me to like pull up fucking timestamps of every time you mention me on your channel?
Yeah, you already did once, and it wasn't saying what you said it said.
It literally did, but okay. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Live.
I know you are, but what am I?
No.
No.
Fucking retard. All right. And we have your channel link right here. Okie dokie. So, Lio, you can thank your previous pet retard, Crystal Flame, for giving me this awesome resource. Because what it does is it saves me hours of time trying to pull up your proof. You got proof? At least for things that are on your channel.
Probably shouldn't call Crystal that. That's kind of mean.
Wah, wah, wah. All right, if you'll bear with me for just a moment, it's got to dig through every single mention you've made of me. All right, are we in the screen share?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Ooh, man, you love talking about me. Let's see, how many pages of this do we have?
That's all from one video.
Oh, until we get back here, right? Okay. So, which first would you like your receipt for?
Let's talk about the Smash one first.
The Smash one. Okay, I like this one. Okay. Okay, Lio. I think we both know the context to this. I think someone here told Peaches to kill herself, right?
Actually, you'd have to wind it back. I don't remember everything about Smash Bandicoot.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was you telling someone to kill themselves, and then Peaches here interjects and says that I'm the expert. But here's where this gets interesting, Lio. This wouldn't have any relevance to you if you weren't nodding and going, contributing to it, right? So you were part of this comment, right?
So you're getting mad over an
Oh, no, this is just an example of Peach's rhetoric being your own.
Okay, Peach's rhetoric about you telling people to kill themselves?
No, we're getting to that. We're getting to the part. We're getting to the part where you're lying about the self-harm.
I miss Smash.
Okay. So, Lio, if we're not going to feign ignorance here, that's clearly in reference to the final call I had in Senate, where you actually didn't have any issues with me regarding the self-harm problem.
Because you fed me a sob story.
I didn't feed you a sob story, dude.
You did. You said that the girl wanted it in your banner, which apparently she didn't.
She tried to contradict that fact, but there are plenty of other things to suggest that that was like not that's not like congruent to what actually happened.
Okay, so again, is the statement Peach is saying they're wrong?
Yes.
It's wrong that she said that you told people to kill themselves?
No. What's wrong is what's wrong is the call that Peaches is referencing here, giddily.
I mean,
like
again, did you or did you not tell somebody to kill themselves in that call?
Yes, and you should also.
All right, then how exactly is what she's saying or what they're saying?
What she's saying actually has less to do with the fact that I told her to kill herself, and more to do with the little the giddy little references she's making to the call itself.
So you're mad that Peaches was giddy about making a reference to the call?
Yes, a reference to a call that was objectively fucking awful that you're in the wrong for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, toughen up.
That's your response, is cry about it for the fact that you were like in the wrong, that you lied?
Oh, I wasn't.
We aren't even at the part where you've been lying.
I haven't lied.
Where you've been lying, where you...
Nope.
Okay.
Keep going.
All right. Here's the part where in post, in a stark contrast to how you spoke to me in the call, and this seems to be where Peaches might have convinced you to be on the anti-Kumo rhetoric, right?
Go ahead.
I'll give you your chance to admit it or not if Peaches, coerced you into being this way.
I think instead you should just play the clip, put up or shut up.
Okay. How did you give me too much slack, Lio?
Because I should have torn into you the minute I found out about that. I should have kicked you the minute that was in your banner, and I should have taken you more to task for some of the other nonsense you were pulling.
What's the other nonsense I was pulling?
Just your typical rhetoric and how you seem to really hate trans people for some reason.
Oh, that's interesting. Can we discuss that after this?
Maybe.
Oh, what do you mean maybe? Don't run away from that. That's an interesting one. You can't just assert that and then run from it.
I literally have timestamps here of you calling people the T word.
Troon? Tranny?
Exactly.
Yeah. What's inherently, what's wrong? How does that inherently mean that I hate trans people?
What is inherently transphobic about slurs that are made to demean people is what you're asking me.
Yeah, it would be transphobic. Yeah, it would be inherently transphobic if I was using it in a sense to demean trans people as a collective.
You did.
I didn't use it to demean trans people as a collective.
You don't even know what calls I'm talking about.
Well, if you have timestamps, I'd love to get them later.
I do.
As soon as we get to this topic here that we're sort of divulging into, huh? All right.
ahead.
So you said you gave me too much slack because I'm transphobic and the self-harm thing. You should have tore into me more, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Here's yet another clip. That's pretty giddy of you. Okay, hold on. Okay. So this is before this upcoming live stream, right? Okay. I believe this live stream right here, where you're talking about Brian Mullins and Grimskull, was this? Do you recall if this was after my video on Peaches?
Actually, I don't, because I never actually saw your video on Peaches.
You didn't.
Nope, never watched it.
Okay, so you wouldn't have actually known that she was lying. Okay. In that video on Peaches, I actually forgot to do this, but maybe you'll come around, Lio. She actually directly misquoted you, or not misquoted you, directly misquoted me with your own words from one of those calls. I don't know how you kind of take that rhetoric and you're so confident in it when it has
I got very my information. Where do you think I got it from? The information about you and that girl. Where do you think I got it from?
Oh, you got it from fucking the people who are posting it publicly.
No.
You got it from like Rumble and shit.
Rumble? Heck is Rumble?
Yeah, that's where the clip was posted to Rumble.
I didn't get anything from Rumble. I don't even know what Rumble is.
Rumble is where the clip was uploaded.
Okay, I didn't get it from there. That just proves you really have no clue where I got my information from.
Well, you seem to be like acting really proud of this. Do you want to share with the class where you got your information from, Lio?
Sure. Once we're done with your point, we can do that.
You can't just tell me who, and we can move on.
No, we can wait till you're done.
Oh wow, this sounds so important.
It's very important.
I mean, is Kumo done with the point? Like, or
oh no, we're still going through the fact that he's like lying. Okay. Oh, why are these backwards? The fuck? Hour and 7. Okay. 705. Okay. I love your reading comprehension, by the way. But you
love yours too. Incident. Consequences.
I work more than you do, boy, and I don't make girls cut themselves. Well, you do. That's pretty funny. But we're not going to get into that here. That's going to be in the video.
No, that's
going to be in the video. That's going to be in the video. No, if you refuse to tell me who your source was, I can.
Well, I told you I'm going to.
I can refuse to divulge that. Okay. Then I'm going to tell you in my video. So you state here that you work more than I do. That's odd assumption, and that you don't make girls cut themselves. I don't make girls cut themselves, Lio.
You made a girl cut herself.
I didn't make her cut herself.
Oh, so you saying cut my name? Wasn't you doing that?
I didn't say cut my name.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You said mine. Bestie.
I said my name, Bestie.
Bestie.
I didn't say cut my name, Bestie.
She said whose name should I cut?
Oh, okay. So she was already going to cut.
So that's your defense?
Did I make her?
Did you leave the group chat?
No, I still have the group chat.
Did you have her put a wet paper towel on it when she was done?
Yeah, I made a joke after it because it was already done, yeah.
Did you tell her not too deep because you don't want to leave evidence?
Yeah, I continued to make jokes about it because I was uncomfortable.
Oh, so that's what we do now. When somebody's self-harming, we just make jokes about the self-harm that furthers it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you expect people to actually believe that?
Lio, people who are in stressful situations cope differently. I don't think you're really at liberty to act like an armchair psychologist or psychoanalyst here.
I am when you say some really goofy things that we can get into once you're done making your point.
So, Lio, you are conceding that I didn't make her, right?
No, I'm not.
So how did I make
her? I don't know where you got that from.
How did I make her?
By enabling it and being the catalyst.
Right, but that's not forcing.
Do you think when I say you made a girl cut herself that I mean you grabbed her hand and made her physically take the knife? Well, that's
what that implies. And you've actually changed your story before, Lio, because that's not the only way you've put it. Okay.
Hold on. So me pointing out that you stitching things together to make an implication, that's fine. But me making an observation about you and you enabling this, somehow
you're implying something that didn't happen.
No, I don't think I am, Kumo.
You are. You're saying I make girls cut themselves. Well, girls is plural, so that implies there's more than one person. And you said I make her do it. You said I make them do it. So that's implying that I force them to cut themselves. That's inherent.
Did you enable it?
Did I enable it?
Yes.
That's not the same as forcing.
It is when you want them to cut your name.
That's not how that works, Lio. That's not forcing.
So this is what we're talking about, pedantry. You take and this is something actually somebody brought up me. You focus so heavily on very specific words.
You require pedantry to make your point.
No, I don't require pedantry to make my point.
You require pedantry to defend your point, actually.
No, I don't. Actually,
yes, you
do. That from his arm back.
You have to be very, you have to be very pedantic to sit here and justify your wording, because I'm saying you made the implications, and that's false. That's not what happened.
That is what happened.
That's not what happened. I didn't make her cut herself.
You enabled it, and then you further pushed it by telling her to put a wet paper towel on it and hang it out.
I further pushed it. Wouldn't putting a wet paper towel on it stop the bleeding?
You literally had her press it there just to get your name written in it, which is why you wanted her to hang it up. You didn't say put it on there, apply pressure, and put a bandage on. You said hanging up to her.
Do you know if I told her to bandage it afterwards?
Doesn't matter if you told her to bandage
it. Actually does matter, because that's a direct contradiction to what you're trying to harp on here.
What I'm harping on here is that you are deranged and that you're a liar.
No, I actually haven't once lied here.
You have, actually.
No, not really.
Yeah. Are you sure about
Lio, that? I just pointed out how you're framing this to be different from how it actually was.
No, because I've seen
You're the one using semantics to make it sound worse than it really was.
You were completely calm. You weren't panicked. I've heard you.
I was completely calm. My voice was cracking.
No, it wasn't, Kumo.
Yes, it was.
You were laid back. Best.
My voice was cracking the entire time.
No, Kumo, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. It cracked it like throughout that entire 2 minutes. It cracked like fucking, I think like 12 times. I was monotone. I was monotone.
Bestie.
Yes, that's monotone.
Not too deep. Don't want to leave evidence. Oh, I'm going to get canceled over this, guys.
Yeah.
So monotone.
Yes, that's monotone.
Yes, you giggling.
Yes,
about
Lio,
it.
my tone was very insincere. Are you gonna like weaponize incompetence and be like, oh, I wouldn't know, I wouldn't understand, I wouldn't be able to read the room if that's the case because I'm autistic. I can't tell when someone's just being monotone from when someone's giddy.
Kumo, I've heard you panicked. That's not you panicked.
You've never heard me panicked.
I have, because the minute Brion put that tweet out, you freaked out.
The minute Brion put that tweet out, I immediately got all my friends together in my server, so you actually wouldn't know, in my server, and we were like, yeah, this shit is obviously fake, but just to be sure, let's go through the server and check. And then let's also put it in Photoshop to raise the opacity, not the opacity, the fucking, the contrast and the brightness to see if it's been tampered with, if it's very obvious. And that was the easiest part. So I proved that it was fake because it was a very serious assertion. The fake screenshot where Brion was saying I had nudes of a 14-year-old and then he posted that to Twitter in retaliation to us calling him out for trying to groom one.
Kumo, when you started
that's not panic.
Server, hold on. When you started that server and we got in that call, you were very flustered, you were very panicked, and you were worried somebody was going to run with it.
Dude, there were so many other people there that don't agree with you.
I don't care if they agree with me or not. I don't.
Okay, but you're like you're giving an anecdote. Can you prove that I was flustered and I was panicked when I started that server? Do you have that recorded?
Your entire statement that this isn't you being panicked is also anecdotal.
Yes, Lio, but it's valid when I make an anecdote about how I was feeling, not about what happened with someone else.
Unless I tell you that it's me giving an anecdote about that, then
okay. No. Because again, it's base thing of this is something that nobody holds. So you're right. It's both testimonial. People can make up their own minds.
Yeah,
has been involved in other dramas.
There's a big difference when he's making an anecdote about something that involves other people that other people can have anecdotes about, and I'm making an anecdote about something that's internal and is specifically to me. There's like a very drastic difference between the two. Let's not.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. Look, I don't disagree with you. But it's one of those things that as Lio can't provide evidence, and you're saying that that's what you sound like when you're panicked from like the call with the No,
I actually haven't given an example of how I sound when I'm panicked. I said that's not I said that I was panicked, but that's not how I sound when I'm panicked. Someone doesn't have to like one-to-one convey an expression to be feeling an emotion.
Sure. Like, okay, my point here is not to judge. My point is that I don't want to loop on a point that neither of you can verify. Does that make sense?
I mean, I can speak for myself, but he can't speak for me. That's kind of the point I'm making here.
I can speak for the observations I have about that and how you've reacted to
You're
it.
Speaking about.
This is why we're going to loop.
This is why we're looping, Lio, because you can't speak for me. You can speak for yourself if that's what you thought. You can speak for yourself as to that's what you thought, but that's not a fact. That's what you thought. And you have to clarify that.
I think it's pretty factual that you weren't panicked.
I was panicked.
I don't believe you.
Cool, you don't have to, but I was panicked. And you
don't have the right to say
monotone. And there's really no way you can like hyper analyze a monotone person to determine how they might be feeling. Because that's kind of the entire point of monotone is it's not conveying expression.
I feel like we're hitting a brick wall there.
Well, then let's put it this way. Let's encap this. You cannot claim that I am lying when I am literally telling you I don't believe you.
No, you'd be lying when it's very like when you're changing your story, because you've actually changed your story from I've forced girls and made girls to cut themselves to I coerced and convinced girls to cut themselves.
I didn't change anything.
You actually have.
I have not, Kumo, but if you want
Monstrous and Serafina, would you like to chime in?
Read back the minutes.
You've ever heard any of that?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Have you ever heard Lio say I've coerced or convinced a girl to cut herself?
No.
No, that's not something I've heard.
Monstrous, you didn't. I think Monstrous might actually, because you and Lio were in Serafina's server. I believe it was in Sarah's server, where you guys were talking about that situation where Lio said I was lying, and I think you also said I was lying. I believe that might be the particular instance where Lio said I convinced a girl to cut herself.
I would not remember at all.
Does anyone in the chat watching have that instance on hand or able to pull that up?
Yeah, like I'm not bullshitting, by the way. Like I literally
know what
you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not trying to detract from what you're saying.
Okay.
I mean, people. I mean, there's plenty of people here in my server. If you want to go looking for that, by all means.
Yeah, I would encourage people to find all the different instances, because there has been changes to the semantics used in describing it, saying I've convinced a girl, I made a girl, I got a girl to do it, I forced a girl to do it, all sorts of different changes. It might just be one word, and it might seem very particular, but when you change out the verb, it actually changes the action entirely.
Gilded. Can you tell me what you're referring to? I know you can't unmute, but point me the direction of what
did Gilded say?
He said 2329.
Oh, which video is it? Oh, the addressing things video. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you, Gilded. All right, so we'll go ahead and pull that up. 2329.
Scroll down.
Ah, there it is.
There you go.
Oh, look at those messages.
Does that sound right? 2329? I don't think that's the right timestamp. I don't think I talked about Kumo before then.
Oh my God, please clear out your notifications. Oh my God.
What?
Oh, look at those tabs.
I know.
God. I can't talk. Mine are worse.
Oh.
Chat always wins. Chat wins.
$20.29.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be it, Gilded. Is it another? Oh, wait. Is it 12329?
You put it at 2350. People are in the chat are saying you put it at 2355.
No, I put it at 20. I put it at 2359. It's too early in the video.
Yeah.
Did you all just forget how to do timestamps for this debate? Is that where we're at?
No, this isn't one of my timestamps. This is one of Gilded's.
No, I know. I was referring to him.
Because he keeps giving me the ones that are.
Yeah.
Vlad said, "May the force be with you," and I personally take issue with that.
All right. I'll say something real quick from the chat just to, I guess, clarify. So Trinket.
Oh, okay. No, it is 2329. Okay.
Yeah, Trinket looked at my server and says, okay, there's very few results for Lio saying Kumo's name. Oh yeah, that chat is gone. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, there we go. Quick. I knew it. Somebody in my chat might have the screenshot of it. I don't want to open shit on stream though, because I don't know who sent me what.
Okay, well, hold on a second then. Forgetting. Oh, okay, you're live as well, aren't you? Okay. We can't, again, if we can't verify stuff, can we...
I'm going and grabbing his timestamp because Gilded pulled it up.
I do have some more things I want to go over here, but I suppose if Kumo wants to go over this with a more fine-tooth comb later, we could.
Okay, well, I think...
Let's move on to the next point so somebody can find it.
Yeah, okay.
There it is.
Oh, so I pushed someone to self-harm.
Yep.
Okay, that's very different from making someone do it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
So is your argument ultimately down to the semantics of this?
Well, Lio, when you use semantics to demonize me, I don't think you really have room to complain.
There's a difference between demonizing somebody and telling the truth about them.
You're not telling the truth. You're demonizing
I found the particular screen cap I think you're referring to. So, was it on the 25th of March?
It might have been. I think Monstrous and Lio were in the same screen cap.
Yeah. So Lio said on the 25th, it's meant to mock the fact that Sorry.
Can you send it to me too so I can pull it up?
Sure. Why not?
Thank you.
Go ahead and send that to you real quick. All right, there you are, Kumo.
Yeah, the sooner the better, because I want to go ahead and get this this point over, because I have another example.
Is this what you're looking for?
And I even have timestamps, probably. Hold on. I think that might be one of them, but I know there's one where Monstrous just flat out said I lied. No shade to Monstrous. Like, she already apologized to me and we squashed it. It's meant to mock the fact Kumo got a mentally unwell girl to carve his name into her leg. Okay. That doesn't even look like blood. Oh yeah, in response to people writing my name in ketchup to make fun of you. Okay.
How is that making fun of me?
Because you're the one misrepresenting what happened.
I don't think I'm misrepresenting anything, and you said multiple times that you, in fact, in your 2 videos, that you regret that. So do you regret that, doing that with that person, or not?
Yeah, that actually fluctuated, because now, in hindsight, like hindsight is 2020. No, I actually wish I told her to kill herself, because after I've had time to reflect on the fact that she wasn't really joking about raping dolphins or molesting her dog, I don't regret that situation. Well, having hindsight.
Well, the problem with that is, okay, firstly, I'll level you on one thing. I do empathize with you about some of the things that you say she put you through. Obviously, I went through similar things with Peaches. The issue I have with your video on Asta is you make a lot of claims that you have, literally no evidence for.
Yeah, and I actually stated in those videos that I wasn't I felt very conflicted about putting everything out there, like the chat logs and the group chats and everything, which I've ever since that video of offered full transparency, which barely anyone's taken me up for. I'm sure Sarah, Beckett, and Monstrous could corroborate that. I've been very transparent ever since that video dropped.
Okay.
But where I'm getting to is I actually stated multiple times in Senate, even in those recorded calls, that there were things going on behind the scenes that I wasn't divulging into, that I've later come out about, because I didn't want to feel like I was throwing her under the bus to save my own skin. It was all just down to principle. And those are things that I've been consistent about for the longest time.
All right, so let's take this back a step, okay?
Uh-huh.
I will say this. I am sorry that I did not seem safe enough for you to bring that to me. Because if I did know that somebody was doing that to you, I would have at least tried to help you with something. That's on me. I am sorry that this person took advantage of you. That is awful. That is terrible. And you don't deserve that. Whatever issues I have with you, that's not okay. If you do genuinely think I'm wrong, which is not the same as thinking that I'm a liar, because I'm not lying. I'm basing it off information I've gathered from your videos, not from some billion-dollar third-party source or any other nonsense like that. If you are genuinely offering true transparency on this, I will take you up on that.
For sure. Yeah, I tried. I recall offering it to you before, but it seemed like you didn't really want it.
Well, here's the thing, Kumo. Part of the problem when it comes to you, and I have the same problem, so I can capitulate this with you. You and I both have a bad habit of coming off like absolute dicks, regardless of what we're trying to do.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's part of it. If instead of trying to rush around and try to get me in group chats, you had just said, hey, can we talk about something? It would have been a bit different. We did talk. That's what I did. And then I offered in that discussion. No, you and I talked privately. We talked privately, and then I remember that concluding and you saying it was just down to optics, and that you personally didn't want to have me around the server because you felt like it was going to bother everyone else. That's actually not what I said, Kumo. I said that you've got some trouble on you and that you have every right to grow, but it doesn't have to be in my spaces.
Yeah, and I respected that. And I recall we only ever had that particular dialogue because you were under the impression I was just mad that I got banned from Senate. And I was like, no, dude, it's not that. It's the fact that I'm getting harassed and fucking berated, and people are coming to my friends or anyone I talk to and saying, oh, by the way, he does this. Watch out. He's a pedophile or some shit. That's why we had issues.
I want you to go and I want you to look at our DMs and see the exchange before we had that call. And I want you to keep an open mind when you do it.
Yeah, it was confrontational. Yeah.
Okay, when you're trying to have an actual heart-to-heart with somebody, and I'm learning this too, okay? Because I come from a military household, we're dickheads. I'm just saying, in general.
But our dialogue verbally, I remember being a lot more civil than how you
and I were bickering
over text.
It absolutely was. But here's where I'm standing from my position, okay? And hopefully this perspective will give you a little bit more into why I have been treating you the way I have. We had that call. Then you show up in my live stream and you act goofy for some reason. Then I find out you're in Fox Mafia.
Okay, to be fair on those two. One, you didn't know the extent, and if you did actually look at my involvement in Fox Mafia, you would see that none of them liked me and I was very mean in there. And two,
I saw that.
I don't know why you acted like I was friends with them. And But secondly, I'm sorry, but I just have to point out that secondly, I came into your live chat and I was it was a very ambiguous joke, and you could have just you two could have taken it on the chin, but instead you got really fucking personal about it. If I come in and I say you guys are being productive adults contributing to society, cat face, and then you get really defensive about that just implies that you aren't. You could have rolled with that so easily, but instead you chose to get really defensive about it.
Then let me explain this to you. So you on your, what was it? Can't remember if it was your part 2 of addressing the allegations or if it was on your a bit of context video, but you talked about how Asta essentially had you in a stranglehold, right?
I said there was a lot of emotional manipulation.
There is no way. I explained
that there was romantic interest there, and that she was utilizing that to rope me into it. And I offered the group chats, and I believe I actually screen shared you the group chats because I showed you that they were trying to desensitize me to self-harm Twitter and shit, and they were victim blaming Bianca Devins and stuff.
Okay, I'm going somewhere with this. Okay. There is no way, and even Vlad picked up on this. There is no way I could have just ignored it or taken it on the chin. If you actually go back and listen, I'm trying to move away from it the entire time. I'm trying to go back and read what's on the screen, and Peaches just keeps bringing it back to you, bringing it back to you, bringing it back to you. If I had shut her down, it would have been another 3-hour call of her saying that I don't care and that she wants to kill herself. So I get it on that end. But
I asked you about that earlier, if she had any influence on the way you were responding the way you were. Because I actually have screenshots between her and Jordan where she's insinuating that she sort of guilt tripped you, where she details that she was bringing up, oh well, what if it was me? Would you care? You just don't care about people with self-harm. Oh, I'm not part of this family, and she expressed that you were clearly frustrated. And to me, that sounds like guilt tripping. But you know what? I decided not to speculate on that too much because I don't know the intricacies of your.
There was a lot of
relationship at the time.
I'll be blunt. There's a lot of guilt tripping, and I think you could see that just in the video that I put out. But here's what I'll do: if there's full transparency, and you and I will sit down, we're not going to have a whole bunch of people with us, just you and me, one-on-one.
Yeah,
we're going to look through this, and if I find sufficient evidence that counters what I have seen currently, I will issue a retraction. I will make it very clear to not blackball you.
Don't give you the fucking chat logs. I just don't. But
I don't know why.
I don't even know why. Even if anything that was being said about me had any credence, why is it why is this fucking evil, this evil Voldemort thing where I need to be treated like a pedophile? If it was a kink, Lio, if it was a kink, why is that anyone's business?
Number one, you said it wasn't.
I said it wasn't for me. I said it was for her.
Yeah, but we're talking about for you.
Yeah, I said for me it wasn't a kink. I was getting roped into it. I feel like I need to clarify with you. I said it wasn't a kink for me, specifically when I was referring to my own developed habits of self-harm. To clarify that I wasn't doing it for pleasure, and that I also didn't take pleasure in the clip, in the events of that clip.
Let's go back a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So, I'm not aware anybody was treating you akin to a pedophile. If they did, that's wrong, and I'm sorry that happened. Genuinely. If people don't want you in their spaces, obviously they're not obligated to have you there. Just like if people don't want me in their spaces, they're not obligated to have me here. If you have been literally blackballed to the level a pedophile would be, that's not okay. I'm just telling you that right now. That's not. And I wouldn't push that either. Peaches did have a lot to do with how I responded to certain things, and some of that I'm still somewhat unlearning. However, I think that there's still issues with what you did, and I think there are better ways to deal with it, talk about it.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020.
Well, obvious, it is. Me too. But I think that what you're doing right now, to where you're just essentially running with it as it's not something I care about or that I don't regret it anymore, I think that's going to do damage to you in the long term. Because as terrible
what damage
as
is there to do, dude? I'm treated in the same regard as a pedophile because I enabled a self-harmer who wanted to rope me into self-harm, self-harming.
Okay, hold on. When I say harm to you, I don't mean how you're perceived by the community. I mean literally it's going to mess you up as a person, because I'm not going to go into detail about this. Because despite the shots we've taken at each other, I'm not going to degrade you for what your struggles are, internally. But I think that I'm not going to. And if I did do that earlier, I do genuinely apologize. The reason I came in
for the last year, though.
Have I? Have I made fun of your mental struggles?
We were just going over. No, I've seen you commenting about me in your server, and I've seen what you said about me in passing. We were just going over the clips earlier, and you've like frequently called me a lying, degenerate scumbag. Even if you weren't referring to me, I've seen your text messages with Galbanum, and even if you weren't like referring to me specifically, I kind of got the impression you were alluding to me when you said like zoophile and pedophile apologist.
Back up. If you read the text, like actually read it, it was in relation to mongrel.
I have the ones where you actually directly mention me.
All right, we can go over that if you want. Okay. But when I talk about like pedophile and zoophile, that's in relation to mongrel. I literally mentioned Nil's hanging out with people like mongrel.
You're saying Nil. You're saying that about Nil. You were actually referring. So the discussion was about me and how Jordan and Jay and Opal came to me, and it was sort of this like well poisoning. And then you then went on to talk about if they want to go talk to like zoo and pedo apologists, whatever, something like that. I can go dig up the screenshots and we can have like a one-on-one dialogue after this.
Absolutely. Maybe not immediately after this. Maybe not immediately after this, but I do have next week off work. I'd be happy to sit down and talk to you about this, like genuinely. It was never my intention, and I know that probably means very little. It was never my intention to deride you for your struggles mentally. It isn't, like genuinely. I'm looking through your videos because I did so as a refresher course before I came in here. What you went through is awful. And
did you look through your video though? Because
no,
I'm not trying to. Okay, by this point, I appreciate the transparency. So I'm not going to like ride your ass about the self-harm subject anymore. But like, if I really wish you would have looked at your own video, because the other example I was going to get to is that you asserted that in your video that it was because Asta was mentally ill. That she was incapable of consenting, and you completely disregarded the fact that we both might share the same mental illnesses. And then like you kind of acknowledged that bad things did happen, and then you immediately like revoke that by going on to state the following, that it doesn't matter, that sort of context doesn't matter because I'm still lying about it, in quotes.
Okay. So my direct question to you, Kumo, is do you feel hurt by what I've said?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and act like your words hurt me. It's the effects your words have on like audiences like yours and other people's audiences that have bothered me.
Kumo, I want you to just walk with me on this here. You stated in the last conversation you and I had that you and I still had a decent rapport. And that you were appreciative.
Yeah, we should have. I was kind of surprised that you hated me after that.
I don't hate you, Kumo. I really don't.
Sorry.
I've been mad at you. I find a lot of your actions to be asinine, and I find a lot of them to be petty and needlessly spiteful. But I don't hate you.
I think I'm a little bit entitled to that sort of vitriol, and
you could be, but I'm trying to go somewhere with this. Okay. I think whether or not a community rallied around my words does obviously have some sort of impact, but I also think there's on a personal level you actually do feel hurt. And I would like to acknowledge that if that is true. And I am sorry if that hurt you.
Well, Lio, you and I were never friends. It's not the fact that like I thought you didn't like me that really bothered me. It's like, fine, I can't please everyone. If you don't like me because I attacked Peaches, that's fine or whatever. It was like what affected me negatively, Lio, and really affected my mental health, Lio, is when you and Peaches say these things with, like, from my perspective at least, no real regard for the truth after I've like offered you transparency. It's kind of like the world is against me by that point. You have an audience that I think it's safe for both of us to admit that like your audience is probably, the majority of it is from like pedo hunting. At least the majority of it that actually engages with the content and the people you talk about, they probably come from pedo hunting or commentary shit, which aren't entirely mutually exclusive. And so that sort of audience being told all these things about me, and that sort of audience being weaponized, whether it's by you or Peaches, or whether it's by someone else entirely, or it's in the Discords and it's not on fucking, or if it's in like the Discords and stuff. Because I know there was like a whole server dedicated to telling people in that audience and gossiping and shit. And I think there was definitely a lot of ripple effect, even if there was no dedicated video to me. I think that is significantly had a bigger impact on me, just due to the fact that when you guys did that, a lot of the audience, I think that's why like Gilded calls them sycophants. They're like very unhinged and fanatic. Like there was no need, if like people think it's weird, or if they didn't like something that happened in my past or a choice that I made in my past that I had already expressed remorse for, if they just didn't like that, then there's no need to go around trying to ruin any connections I make in the future, and try to like stunt my growth. Like I wasn't, there was very little in the way of justification. And if anything, it's actually very undeniable that people were trying to treat me in the same vein as a pedophile, because that whole self-harm thing, and I think you might even remember comments like this, because I think you kind of like nodded along to people making comments like this, but they've used like that self-harm thing to be like, oh, he must have some dirt in his closet. I need to dig into him relentlessly until I find something, because this guy's got to be a pedophile. Like,
you think I nodded along to something like that?
You definitely didn't contest it, but there were times that I definitely did see you. Yeah, not comments, okay. Like messages in your like Discord in the Senate before.
Well, apparently there's a lot of stuff like that. Here's the thing: there's a lot of messages, even in my new server that I
don't expect you to remember it off the top of your head, but I remember these things
if you have it.
Yeah, we can pull it up at a later point. But my point is, Kumo, I am willing to sit down and do this with you. I don't need you to just hand me the logs, because logs are good, but talking to the person that's involved with them tends to do a bit better. So I'd like to do that for you. And if I come away with a different takeaway, then I will issue the retraction. I will give you a public apology, and we will move on. And I'm okay with that. There's still some bad habits and bad behavior, specifically guilt by association, and I'm still trying to work out. Like, genuinely, I am. I'm not shirking away from it.
I wish you guys didn't hate Emma so much. She's just a silly goose.
In-law, I have my own issues with, but my DMs are also open to her if she wants to talk.
Well, you shouldn't have any issues with her. She was just like being critical.
Well, it's not her being
both parties.
Her being critical isn't the issue I have. But that's also between in-law and I, not you and I. But there are some things I would like to go over since we've only got about another 12 minutes.
Yeah, I'm actually almost done, surprisingly enough. Well, it seems like a lot of these I don't even have to go over, because it seems like you're willing to concede after I show you this stuff. But I guess like with the current knowledge, Lio, I think this is an appropriate question to ask you. Do you think it's okay to refer to me as a freak or a degenerate with like the very obvious knowledge that I'm mentally ill, and I suffer from serious mental illness?
I think that is a valid concern, and I apologize. And I won't do it going forward. That is a valid concern.
With the context of like my emotional connection with Asta, which I never kept a secret, like why did you like dismiss those details when it's very relevant that someone had an emotional connection before they did something that's very out of character? Can you say in confidence that like you thought I did things like that before that, or was it a shock? Because I remember it being a shock to the Senate, and I was like, it's weird, and I was even like for a loop. I didn't understand everything as it was happening. Like,
here's why I made that qualifying statement. Now let's go ahead and take everything you say about Asta is 100% fact. I know you can't prove some of the things, but let's just assume that it is. As terrible as Asta is, I still believe enabling, whatever word you want to use here, that is still out of line. I do agree with that I still think that's still out of line.
Nobody's ever contested that, not even me.
Well, the thing is, you say you don't contest it, but then you also flip-flop back and forth on whether or not you're sorry for it.
I was trying to make this point earlier, Lio. It's hard to be sorry for something when nobody has to accept my apology, but I don't have to be sorry for it when it's like constantly being weaponized against me to like demean me as a person and like beat me down for like an entire year. I don't need to be sorry for it at that point. And I don't need to be sorry for it. I don't need to be sorry for it in hindsight, now that like I I now know things that I didn't recognize back then about like who Asta was as a person. Like I don't think I need to be remorseful by this point.
The thing is, I don't agree with that, because let's take a look into context, okay? The thing I'm getting the most heat about is the Rosa call. And I could sit here and say, well, I'm not sorry about it because I'm getting roasted for it or getting grilled for it, but the truth is I am. I've been sorry about that call for a while, and I'm probably going to be sorry about that call until the day I die, regardless of what Rosa has or hasn't done or whatever. People harping about it doesn't change my remorse, doesn't change what I did was horrible and I shouldn't have done it.
It shouldn't for you. It shouldn't for you, but I'm not
so why does it for you?
You have, well, that's because you and I apply different standards to ourselves. Like, I'd say a big difference between you and I is I personally, and this is just my personal opinion, you don't have to agree, but I think it's very immature to impose your morals and your beliefs onto other people, because morals are very arbitrary and they vary from person to person. And I think it's like screaming at a brick wall when I sit here and try to impose what I believe onto other people. And on top of that, I don't apply the same standards you do to yourself. So yes, for someone who like holds people accountable and actually like gives a fuck about those things, I can understand why you expect that of yourself. But I don't hold that standard to myself, because I'm not someone who like holds people accountable and is about like all the morals and shit. I'm not someone who's like, I maybe you'll shock Pikachu face about this because you haven't really paid attention to me, according to you. But like, Lio, whenever I have shit with people and then they come to like hash it out with me, I don't know why it's always a surprise, but I'm like, dude, I'm not going to rub your nose in it. I'm over it now. If people would just like, if someone is like lying and then they concede and they like apologize or whatever, it doesn't even have to be public, but as long as they apologize and they don't double down after that, I don't feel inclined to rub someone's nose in it. That's my personal standard. That's what I feel like being the bigger person is. And that's arbitrary and personal to me. Now, what you might feel is being the bigger person and what's the morally correct thing, is like, that could be entire. I don't even think I could say what that is for you, because only you would know that.
I think that can be fair, but I think we're just of different minds about all this. But I think that you have to come to
different generations, so
obviously. Which, by the way, I will say, as a point of goofiness, do you really think the reason why I call myself a boomer is to try to lord some age thing over people?
No, I think when you call everyone kid and you talk down to them like they couldn't possibly know what they're talking about, I think that's you trying to like flex seniority, and then it kind of just gets a little like, I don't know. For me, it's like an annoying little like pet peeve of like hypocrisy when I see you like infantilize yourself with age. You're like, I'm old. I can't. Come on, I'm old, and then the next minute you're like, I'm old. I know more than you.
Well with this one.
I'll
just to be clear,
I'm
old. I don't know any better. I'm old. I know more than you.
I'll definitely
the
say
boomer laugh
with
thing
him,
is the me thing, right?
Yeah, I'll definitely say with my time with him, like for about 7 years, like almost every time he's gone about the whole boomer spiel, it's probably because he got something wrong on his computer, like, you know, disconnecting his audio,
technology,
disconnecting his fucking audio, and then spending $1,000 to fix the computer.
At one point, I do remember there was like.
Now.
I do remember at one point it was kind of used to excuse certain language usage. And like, don't get me wrong, I think it's fine, dude. I think if you grew up in a completely different era, you don't have to conform to like the social norms that everyone else did. I think that's a really stupid rule. It's very arbitrary. I think it doesn't really, I think it's everyone's choice it's a choice to participate in whatever they want to participate in, like in terms of like socially. So I don't know, but I do recall you using it because you were saying, you know, these are words you used when you were growing up, which actually, on a funnier note, Lio, I kind of wanted to like poke at you about this. Like, you don't swear, right?
Yep.
Because you're a Christian?
That's part of it.
Okay, but did you know, Lio, that using words in place of a swear is still swearing? And you actually do use a lot of swear words that you might not be aware of.
Well, we can have a talk about that later if you want.
I think that's just a funnier, lighthearted note to have. Like,
well, we can do that later.
Okay.
Do you have any other points to go across before I?
Yes, the last point I really wanted to go over with you was the whole talking point about me being a sexual harasser.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, before we do that, because we are approaching the 2-hour mark, do you guys want to go into overtime?
A little bit, because I do at least 30 minutes, because I do have things I actually absolutely need to bring up with Kumo here.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay, cool. Kumo, we're going to do your point. I'm going to read some very quick things because people have been generous, and then we'll do Lio's section in overtime. Okay, cool.
Okay. So where is it? It's about the sexual harassment. Where is it? I wrote all these notes down. me.
Yes, the chat can take a pee break right now. Go to the bathroom.
Okay, well, while you look for your point, then I'll just do my quick one.
Because no one cares, Vlad. No one cares about you. Okay.
Jesus, okay, very quickly. Beckett is earning it, and Jenny needs to be fed.
Here we go. I found it.
I've loved the stars. Lio, you're embarrassing yourself from Abel. No Lio whining about semantics when that's all he did during the Stardust / Barb call. I cannot with this hypocrite. And kind of weird how respectful he is here versus how he acted with Barb and Stardust, both from Plainful. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Kumu, go.
Okay, Lio, so something you say is I'm a sexual harasser, and I imagine the instance you're referring to when you make that claim is you're talking about Beta Brush, no?
There were multiple instances, but Beta Brush was the one that I had direct evidence for, yes.
Do you have other instances that you'd like to name off?
I mean, you literally said that you'd rape me.
Yeah.
Are we back to this? Is it going to be like the Vlad call?
Yeah, I don't deny that. Okay. So, Lio, are you aware that Beta Brush has publicly stated that he knew it was a joke?
Nope.
Okay, well, he has. So it wouldn't be sexual harassment. Because not only that, Beta Brush doesn't have a problem with me, and it would be... Sorry, I have to ask you this. Do you agree that it should be his prerogative to report me to the police if he feels he was sexually harassed?
I believe he should, yes.
Okay, but if he doesn't feel he was sexually harassed, is he obligated to report me to the police?
Obligated to? That's a bit tricky.
Well, if he doesn't feel like it was, is it sexual harassment?
Well, I think, yeah. Because regardless of whether or not somebody feels like something is, doesn't detract from what it is. If somebody were like to call me a slur, I could say all day long, I don't think it's a slur, but it still is one.
Well, when it comes to sexual harassment, it's really down to it really comes down to an equation. It's a concept. It's a social construct. So like sexual harassment is like sexual harassment, Lio, is like uninvited sexual comments and attention.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if someone after the fact is okay with it, then it's not sexual harassment. That's kind of what flirting is.
No, because
yes. If you don't read the room enough, then it's uninvited. If you read the room and you think it's invited, then like it's not sexual harassment. Just flirting.
Flirting is not the same as sexual harassment.
Well, Lio, for someone for a lot of people to invite sexual comments and attention, they have to give unsolicited sexual comments or attention, and then it has to be reciprocated, and then it typically becomes sexual harassment when it persists and it's not reciprocated.
Or when it's just unwanted sexual attention, which is what the word is defined as.
Okay, so for it to be sexual harassment is like a verb. And so for it to be like harassment, like for it to be like sexual harassment, I think one potential qualifier might be the other person has to be under the impression that it's unwanted. So like if two people are like flirting back and forth and they're both being sexual, but one of them doesn't like it, it doesn't mean that. I don't think that inherently means that person was sexually harassed if it was invited.
Well, then let me be direct. Did Beta Brush tell you to tell him that you were going to rape him?
Huh?
Did Beta Brush tell you to tell him that you were going to rape him?
Well, that's your job to know.
The answer is no. He didn't, which is why you said it.
How do you know that?
Okay, I'm asking you then, since you were there. Did he?
Well, that's your job to know. You're the one making the assertion.
I'm asking you directly. If my assertion's incorrect, I can retract it.
We're not gonna go into a loop again. Just go.
Okay. So, all right. So that's your job to corroborate that, since that was your assumption. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next point about sexual harassment. I have a bunch of little mini bullet points just so we can kind of knock these out the park. Alrighty. So I don't really care if you personally think it was sexual harassment, Lio, because they were jokes made in the appropriate space. It's sort of like the unspoken rule that anything goes in blood sports. And so if someone wants to come in and satirically threaten to rape you in a blood sports server, you can't really Pikachu face about that or say you were like, or like act like anything was very sincere there, because it's a space meant for harassment. You and I came in here, well, you came in here to scream at me, but I didn't get shocked that you were trying to yell at me in this call. Because I knew that this was a blood sports server. I knew that you could come in here and say anything, no matter how vitriolic or untrue or mean-spirited it was. I knew you were going to come in and say that, and so I don't get to like later go on and Pikachu face about my treatment in this call, because I knew what it was when I came in, and so did Beta Brush. But even then, Beta Brush doesn't particularly think he was sexually harassed, and he doesn't agree with you sort of using this like weaponizing this against me. He's actually publicly stated this. I can give you a link and a timestamp if you want.
Sure, we can discuss it later if you want.
Okay. So do you agree with that at the very least?
I think that you kind of tripped up on yourself there and you didn't catch it. You can't say that something's acceptable in a space and then literally call it harassment.
There are spaces where harassment is acceptable, like comedy shows. Like you can go to a roast session where people are meant to say mean, uninvited things to you. And sort of just the fact that you know why you're going there for these things to happen is your invitation. But as a concept for them to be funny, they are uninvited things.
Broski, that's not what harassment is.
It's like going to a strip club and like complaining that someone flashed you their tits, Lio.
Okay, but in a strip club, you are going there for the strippers. People don't go into Bloodsport servers to get told they're going to be raped.
Yes, they do inherently.
No,
they go in there. They go in there specifically knowing that this is a possibility.
No, not everybody does, which is one reason why I didn't share the link, because I knew what people would do if people from my server, who could very well be people struggling. That's exactly what they'd be met with. It's saying that it's not harassment, but it's harassment. It's kind of goofy.
Wait, so Lio, you're saying you didn't share the link. You're saying you didn't share the link because they couldn't handle it, right?
Because I don't want to subject people to things like that when they are troubled or it triggers them.
Okay, but you're doing that because you acknowledge that these things were already known to happen in this space.
I know, yes.
So if someone sets the okay, but like so does everyone else. I don't know. Are you speaking for your entire community that they couldn't expect that to happen?
Considering how many people found the link and came in here and were shocked at how many times people were talking about raping each other, it's pretty clear it's not everybody, Kumo.
Yeah, but outliers aren't like the definer.
So the definer is just what you think the definer should be.
Well, the majority of people are the majority of the people in the server and the people watching these streams, and they aren't Pikachu facing at the fact that I said I'm going to rape you.
I've been getting a bunch of texts this entire time. That's interesting.
What the fuck? That's so random.
Yeah. I wonder if they realized. Yeah, actually, I did.
Oh, you did get a pizza? Yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. Bingo! I got bingo.
Are we going to continue the point, Lio?
If you want to. Again, I've still got stuff I need to go through.
Okay. Well, hold on
1 second before we continue. Mods, how much longer do we want to keep going for?
I'm prepared to. Do you know what? I think this has been interesting, and also we had a nice hug boxy moment, and loads of people fell asleep. So, I look. I'm happy to run through Lio's points. So I'm saying 30 to 45, and I know that some people.
I can stay 20.
I'm literally almost done though. I'm at the last bullet point.
I'll give half on the hour.
25.
Okay,
go ahead.
Another 25 minutes then.
Alrighty.
I'll quit.
So Lio, the only real issue I have with like you calling me a sexual harasser, it's like it's fine if you want to use that to demonize me and be like, he's a freak, he's gonna threaten to rape you, and he might actually do it. Maybe like that's fine. I think that's funny actually. I think it's funny that someone could like hear a rape joke, and then immediately assume that the person who made that rape joke is going to rape them. I think that's absurd, and I think that's kind of funny. I don't really mind that. But what I do actually take issue with, Lio, is you're very like gung-ho and you're kind of like trying to die on this moral hill. But I have a list of people that I can actually prove you've sexually harassed in the past.
Okay,
so we agree that sexual harassment as a concept is uninvited sexual comments or attention.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to list off the following that you've. I'm going to list off the following 3, and just know that these are not the only. These are not the only people you've done this to. I have other examples that I could pull up, but I think that would just drag us too far out into the weeds. You've sexually harassed Jax. You've sexually harassed Jibs, and you've sexually harassed Rosa.
We're not gonna hold on the first one. That's just like
no, we are.
No. Jax gave permission.
Yeah.
I made the.
Oh, okay, cool.
I made
okay, cool.
Well, then do you contest this fact, Lio?
Hold on. Oh, let's back up. So you're saying Jax gave permission?
Yes.
Jax gave permission that he could.
Well, that's complete. That's completely different than things he's told me recently. He didn't want to be talked about him.
That's completely different what he told me to.
You can take it up with him.
Yeah.
I'm not taking anything up with him. That dude's weird.
Okay.
I can absolutely admit that those are misconduct on my end that would fit that bill. Yes.
Okay. So by like your own logic in your video, like shouldn't we all be reporting you to the police because you're dangerous, and you actually by that very logic, you also shouldn't be running the server you have with all these quote vulnerable people in it?
I'll disagree with the latter part, but if you want to report me to the police, you have my information, go for it.
So everyone who's witnessed that by your own standards should be allowed to report you to the police.
I literally just told you that, yeah.
Okay.
I literally just said
so that. Is it fair to characterize you as a sexual harasser? Since you have like multiple
I believe you can
over the
I
years.
I believe you can absolutely point out that my behavior in that case is wrong and that I did that. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Okay. Can I just go over some examples for the audience listening so that they know this isn't
they know.
Me baselessly asserting something?
Everybody's heard the Jibs calls and everybody's also heard the Rosa call and the Jax call, so I don't
but just for the sake of being like concise, they're all really short.
I don't think you need to, Kumo.
I would really like to.
Does the chat want it?
Chat, would you like to hear my examples just so you guys sort of have like a corroboration from me? Because I know me and Lio understand what we're talking about, but I don't think the chat is up to speed on what we're talking about.
Okay, they're conceded points. I can only really see.
I don't want to list these examples to drive it home. I just want to corroborate what I said.
Seems like most people are saying no. Or like,
I'm getting yeses in my chat.
Oh, I was looking at the Discord chat.
I've got yeses in mine. Okay,
all right, go for it.
Just run it through.
Okay, I only have 3 short examples. All right, so firstly, okay, you said to Jax, "I know your mom is a dumb slut, and you need to stop acting like her."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You also called Jax a faggot, which is a comment about his sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's inherently sexual too. And I think he made a joke about fucking your mom, and then you made a very descriptive joke about Jax wanting to have sex with old women.
Yep.
Okay. About Jibs, you debated his sexuality on the basis of him being groomed by Vita, and you called him a fleshlight at one point.
I don't recall that part.
It actually came with a lot of what you and your community call slut shaming, but it was in a similar vein where you guys sort of call whoever you're dogpiling a whore and imply that they can't keep their legs closed, in a much similar vein to like Mint, Heart, and Beryl.
Okay, continue.
Okay. 3, I think you and I were supposed to sort of, you and I think D Weasel were going to talk about this. I don't know where this concluded, but really 3 is just something I wanted to ask you about rather than an example. I heard rumors and was shown recordings of testimony of people in your Book of Omen server who were teenage AFABs. One of them was 16, and I believe the other one was 17, turning 18. And there was a rumor of them being sexually harassed, and I was also shown testimony of them saying they were sexually harassed by someone who was previously on your mod team until, and this is alleged because I'm going to ask you if this is true or not, if that they were harassed by someone who was on your like mod team in that server. Is there any weight to that? Is any of that true? Am I getting something mixed up?
No, there's no weight to that. It is something that I've dealt with now 2 times, and there's people in Guac who can also tell you that, and I brought in other people to corroborate the fact that there wasn't somebody being sexually harassed.
Okay. I was just asking you about that. So if that's not true, then that's water off a duck's back at that point. And then lastly, the example I wanted to bring up is, do you remember these sort of phrases like cock holster, sit and spin, any figure of speech that also doubles as like a sexual euphemism or is rooted in sexual subjects? Huh?
Sit and spin's a child's toy.
No, sit and spin implies to sit on your thumb, like put your thumb up your ass and turn and twist.
I thought it was a toy.
Maybe it was a toy, but like then again, you have to. Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch considering a lot of children's toys have very inappropriate names given context.
I thought the implication was to just sit and spin in circles, weirdo.
No. So also, well, okay, Lio, you can call me a weirdo, but you were saying it in the context, in place of a term like "go fuck yourself." That was the colloquial usage you were using it in.
How is sit and spin sexual?
You're saying you were using it in place of "go fuck yourself." That's also inherently sexual. It's rooted in a sexual subject.
It's not, because I could just say "get over it" as well. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's actually very different from "go fuck yourself,"
which is a lot different from sit and spin.
No, get over it is like telling someone to like, get over it, like drop it, like it's okay. That's a different figure of speech from "go fuck yourself."
How about piss off?
A figure of speech is like if you tell someone to go fuck themselves, you can say, "Oh, I don't literally mean go like finger yourself." Like
that's not what sit and spin means, though. That's my point. You're saying that it's in place of this, but it's not.
That is what sit and spin means.
This. Yeah, move on from this point. That's
Well, I don't mean to get into the weeds about it, but like you use a lot of sexual terminology, Lio.
I think you've displayed examples that show your point, and that Lio's conceded to the point anyway. Okay. We've only got 20 minutes, and I want.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever Lio wanted to discuss last.
Okay, cool. Let's move on then. Okay, so I have a lot of things here, but we can get into the weeds about some of this stuff later.
Pick one or
schedule a part 2 if you want.
Pick one or two, or part 2.
Oh, I'm not putting Beckett through that. Okay, so
Beckett loves this.
He's tired of talking.
Beckett wasn't paid earlier.
Okay, so in your video, a little bit of context. You're trying to put more information out about what you went through with Asta, right?
Yes.
So if that was what you were trying to demonstrate to your audience, why put up Peach's personal information as the thumbnail?
Her personal information?
Yeah, like her legal name.
Do you mean the screenshot of her Facebook post as the thumbnail?
Yeah, why do that?
That's not her personal information. That's her public information.
It's still personal information. It's their literal legal name.
Yeah, but it's public. It's actually tied to the Hopeless Peaches account.
You're focusing on the fact that it's the information. What I'm trying to get at is it doesn't serve the purpose to inform your community by having a thumbnail truly relevant to the video.
Yeah, I just put a random image on there, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. It kind of puts a hitch in your giddy up if you're trying to get out what you say is the truth about a situation.
Not really. It didn't really hinder the performance of the video or the reception of it.
Do you really think anybody would look at that and assume it's what that's about?
No, I think the entire point wasn't to like clickbait people, listen to my fucking sad story and finger my sad pussy. The entire point was for people to come in and listen to the context of the situation.
Okay, but
so it really did its job. If people came in and listened to the video and it was received well, it didn't matter how vague the title was or what the thumbnail was.
It's just a small criticism. Also, one smaller one. Please proofread. The reason why I lost my mind when we were looking at the video talking about consequences, you butchered the word consequences, my man, as well as the word incident. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Okay, so
I had to, it was a lot of speedrun editing. I spent most of my time just gathering my receipts and like fucking plotting out the video.
Okay, so okay, so here's what I wanted to talk more in depth about. So you had a discussion with Neff.
Oh no!
On the 20th of March.
I've been waiting for this one. Actually, I'm excited for this one because I think this is so dumb.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Sarah, you asked me if I was gonna bring it up. So, okay. So
I was waiting for it.
Okay, are you aware that call's been released?
Which one?
The one you had with Neff.
Yeah, I'm the one who released it.
No, Neff did first.
No, I gave it to him, and I also it was released. It was released as unlisted, and the only reason I didn't publish it publicly is because he was back to respond, like speak for himself. Okay. Actually, I explained to Sarah. I think Sarah can corroborate this. I explained to Sarah that if Neff didn't come back and defend himself, I was just going to drop that. I was going to drop that call publicly and leave it be. And the only reason I was even like going to do that is because I thought, yeah, there's clearly two sides to the story. I don't like how Sarah's approach is to sort of just tell me what to think and not really give me anything to like cross-reference with.
I've been right the whole time.
Can I
yeah, I know. Hindsight is 20/20. Fuck you.
Well, it's not just that. It's Kumo. You watch Sarah's video. You listen to this man literally blame Zavaya for being in his dreams. And you think he's sane?
I actually didn't pay attention to those parts. I didn't think it was
God.
I didn't think it was actually necessary to listen to like highlights of his worst moments to like for the point to be proven. What I wanted to be proven was like the overarching narrative, and that wasn't there. Like don't get me wrong, like I thought he was a little weird. Like I was skeptical of him the entire time, but there's two sides to the story, and when I'm only being provided one that's extremely like geared towards attacking him rather than explaining what the fuck went on, it's like hard for me to like dude, I grew up in a house in like in the most important years of my childhood, being abused and watching my own mom get abused. I am naturally inclined to believe the woman whenever anyone makes any claims of abuse or domestic abuse. That's like instantly where my heart is at when I hear those things. There's no bone in my body that didn't want to like believe Zavaya or Sarah. Okay, let's just get that out of the way.
Then what
do you mean?
In the video, you're essentially dragging down, saying that you know Sarah's not being truthful. I have an entire list
that was my perception.
Okay, so I'll run through some of these things here. At 48:35. You mentioned that Crystal's dating Water Dorito because people are whores. Water Dorito's great. Like, I don't know why you think
I don't care. Like, actually, I've also stated this publicly. I made cuts to that call because there was so much I didn't know, and it was very like I think you're missing the point that like I said I was speculating in those a lot of things you probably mentioned.
I thought we were talking about Neff.
We are. This is the Neff call. Can I get to it, please?
Yeah, but what does Water Dorito have any like? What does my speculation about people I didn't know anything about at the time have to do with it?
I mean, I could get on with it if you let me.
Yeah, please.
Here's where I was talking about transphobia because you call him a troon needlessly.
Yes,
57 minutes. At 57 minutes. So you pointed out that me getting on to Jibs about their sexuality was a problem, but you did the same thing in conjunction with Neff at the 57-minute mark.
What'd you say? Where the 52nd mark or the 57?
57-minute mark.
57-minute mark. What did I say?
You were going on about Jibs' sexuality and about lesbians. You did the same thing.
I stated I was speculating, and it actually had nothing to do with like what Jibs' sexuality was. It was speculation because like, and actually I spoke to Jibs about this, is because Jibs had a +1, and when I spoke to Jibs and Sarah, it like things seemed very cryptic and vague, and there's a lot of like code naming going on. So I was like, is there some weird poly relationship or love triangle going on? I was like, is that maybe why? Is that like possibly a motive as to why these people hate each other so much? It was speculation, and actually, I wasn't speculating about that to demean someone's sexuality in the same manner as you were not only speculating but like debating Jibs on his sexuality as a lesbian over the fact that he was groomed by Joshua Vita. Those aren't really the same.
So moving
on, not to mention, I was talking about Jibs behind his back, whereas you were confronting Jibs about this one-on-one. And Jibs gave me an anecdote that this went on for a year, by the way.
Anyways, at 106:23, I want to clear up something here. You claim that Peaches and Lumi were back in Senate as of March 20th, 2024. What are you talking about?
If I got that wrong, like whatever, who cares?
The call was on 3/2020. That was 2 days after they nuked the server. Like, how did you get that?
2 days after they nuked the server.
Yeah, after they did their coup attempt.
Well, I don't really care about the particulars. It was a private call. It happened at like buttfuck o'clock in the morning. If you can see the time in the corner, I don't know if you can. I'm not going to hold myself to a standard that I have to like remember exactly everything while I'm just chatting shit with someone I don't know.
That's fair. But what I will hold you to is you were extremely critical of Sarah's videos. There's not a single ounce of criticism you are throwing towards Neff in this call at all. Like none.
Yeah, why am I going to sit here? No, actually, there was plenty of criticism, actually. But like, I wasn't like jumping down his throat, if that's what your issue is. And that's because I wanted information out of him. I'm not going to jump down his throat and potentially scare off this guy who already seems off-putting.
Hold hold on. I'm not assuming that you should jump down his throat. I'm saying that sometimes to get information out of somebody, being critical of them and seeing how they respond can sometimes give you good information.
Earlier in the call, which I wish you would have acknowledged earlier in the call, I did ask him for receipts on like everything he was stating.
Speaking of which, I do need to get together with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give you a couple things here because you probably weren't aware there were some things he did lie to you about. So I want to bring that up.
I've already discussed it with him.
You don't. Yeah. I don't think you're discussing what I'm discussing, to be 100% with you. At 129.50, real quick, Kumo, have you seen Turkey Tom's videos on Tipster?
No, I don't really like Turkey Tom's content, so I can't say I've watched much of it.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because in those videos, he talks about how Database and him are back in communication again, and he lied to your face saying they don't talk after he quit, because that happened after he quit commentary. Let's see here.
Wait, I didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, I did. I do find it funny
when it comes to Neff. I just want to see like a cohesive, well-made video responding to him and calling him out.
Yeah, I've been waiting on hitting the upload button for a while.
Yeah, that's been like Sarah can attest to, like, that's been like my issue, and I've been repeating that ad nauseum like a broken record.
Okay, so I want to try to get through some of these. Did you really take at face value that Bathe in My Milk is some in-joke and only we would know it when it's all over my channel?
Yeah, how is that exclusive?
It's not, because
I've never heard Bathe in My Milk outside of like your sort of Senate or Barrel or whatever community. I've never heard it outside of this context, so it kind of seems like an inside joke in a niche.
Well, the thing is, it's not an inside joke if it's public.
And just because it's published doesn't mean it's not niche. So like I was under the perception that it was niche, and that's kind of what I mean by inside.
Yeah, this was actually in our conversation. Like it's been in multiple videos. Like
it's
funny.
Both of our channels. I love that commercial. I'm gonna do more. You also say I have your docs. What?
Yeah, actually, you should have possession of it, considering what there's actually. I don't think you want to talk about that point, because that's gonna drag out like really far if you want to divulge into that.
Here, let me just do this instead. I have no clue where you live. I didn't call anybody on you. And if I was going to call the police to harass somebody, why would it be you and not the plethora of literal child predators I've had to deal with?
Because in your video you alluded to the fact that if you did have it, you would. And so I figured maybe because like you couldn't justify it. This is actually where I'm at now with it. I think maybe because you couldn't justify it to a mass of people that you doxed me because I'm not a child predator or whatever, that like you wouldn't admit to it publicly if you did. So I can't really give you that sort of benefit of the doubt, especially when you said that if you did have it, you would.
And I would call and make a police report.
You also said you would have plastered it up on the video if you had it.
I would have put your name out there because I've done it with other people. And here's the fun thing.
No, you specifically said you would have said it throughout the video.
I would have said that I had your docs. I don't. And more importantly, I didn't even know what your name was until I watched Neff's video, Kumo. I literally had no clue what your name was. I have no clue where you live. You did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you mentioned your name multiple times in this video.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah.
But, well, Lio, the reason I say that is, like, and I don't really buy it that you're saying you don't have it, because you Peaches, and Endo bullied Call Me Nil for all of his logs, and in those logs contained my docs info. So reasonably, like, I've been very careful. Like, that's an after the fact. If I said it in the recording with Neff, that's an after the fact statement. But like, it is objectively true that you did solicit some like things that contained that information, and Nil confirmed to me he gave you the chats that contained my personal info. So I was actually I was well within reason, and not only that, Nil is the one who like suggested it might have been you.
Hold on. There's only one person who has those chats, and it's not even me, Kumo.
It's Endo.
And no, it's not even Endo. And we don't we didn't bully Nil.
Actually, I would heavily contest that, Lio. Like, considering you guys were blaming Nil for all of the shortcomings and all the failures of the Necopon case, when it was sort of a collective effort that fucked it over.
No, I blame more than just Nil.
Yeah,
I also blame Mongrel.
I blame Mongrel. I also blame Endo.
Yeah, I can certainly agree to that, having looked back at some things. But the thing is, like, do you know why I had that call with Nil?
I know why you had the call, but what happened in the call and like the things that were also discussed in that call were like not really related to why you had it, if I remember correctly.
Well,
I'm sure you won't deny that.
Well, no, like that they were all related to why we had that call. Neil's the one that wanted the call. Neil's also the one that asked me to put out there.
True, but I also it's bullying because like it was weaponized against Nil that he A-logs things. When all of us knew that Nil had brain damage, was schizophrenic, has attempted suicide countless times, and that Call Me Nil, and that like Call Me Nil wasn't right in the head. We all knew that, right? And then Peaches is sitting
asking, hold on, real quick,
berating him and weaponizing her mental health, saying that he couldn't possibly care about mental health because when he was trying to comfort her, he was A-logging her, knowing that he A-logs everyone.
Well, there's still some issues there, but more importantly, like you're acting like we had Nil gave all their files. All we asked for were the files that they had on Necopon. So I don't know where that's coming from.
I'd have to go back and get the exact clip, but I do recall you guys asking for all of it. And in turn, he gave you guys. Not only that. One of the chats that did pertain to Necopon technically was that group chat that contained my personal info.
Well, if it's there, the person who has it has not seen it and certainly not forwarded it to me. So,
okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, I never even like publicly accused you of it. It was other people who've also been very careful with the language that it's just speculation and they think it's you. Because like reasonably speaking, there was nobody else that hated me enough, and there was nobody else that could have possibly obtained my personal info because I'm very careful and very protective of my anonymity. And even if I like leaked my name after the fact in that call that I uploaded, then yeah, that's like my bad, but that doesn't change the point made in the call.
Hold on. The problem is the speculation isn't based on reality, and I hate to tell you this, but there's other people who could have messed with you too. And
who were Nil's logs passed to?
They were passed to somebody who would not use them against you like that. I'm not going to give you the name of the person. They're a private individual. Because they're a private individual.
But they're a private individual who has my info, so.
Okay. Well, you think
you don't have to. Okay, if you don't name drop them on stream, can I know privately who they are?
Perhaps, but here's the thing, Kumo. When Nil said what group chat that was, I asked this person, "Do we have those logs?" And they said no. There is no log under that.
Nil stated that he gave you guys that group chat.
Okay, that doesn't. You just literally talked about how Nil has brain damage. You don't think Nil?
Yeah, but I'm not going to selectively weaponize that against Nil. I haven't once selectively weaponized that against
I'm saying
Nil.
Like Nil may not be accurate is what I'm getting at, Kumo. Nil's made mistakes like that before. I'm not saying it's malice. I'm saying they probably just don't remember exactly what they sent.
Okay, well, Nil was very confident in telling me and said that was one of the ones he forwarded to you. So if that's on Nil, then I guess that's on Nil. I genuinely believe Nil, considering like there's no other way someone would have got my fucking home address to send the cops to my house to harass me.
Speaking of that, if I had your home address and sent the cops to you, why wouldn't I give them your name?
Because inherently having my home address doesn't mean you would know my full name.
It does, actually, because all I have to do is put it into the freaking white pages or Intellius, and it will tell me every single person who lived there.
Actually, Lio, I wish you wouldn't make those points because I'm not even on the white pages.
You don't think you are?
No, I'm actually not. As of, I mean, the last time I checked was when I was 19, but I'm not on the white pages.
Here comes the sponsorship of Delete Me. Sponsorship right here.
Right?
Yeah, actually, that's another thing, Lio, is you can request to have your information removed from like sites like the white pages. But even so, when I checked back in like 2023, I was not on the white pages. I actually bought a subscription.
Yeah, have you checked Intellius, People Finder, Been Verified, all these other sites too?
Yeah, I'm not on there. You actually can't even find me. If you knew my name, you couldn't even find my Facebook through Google. You'd have to search me up through Facebook, like, and then scroll down. I've been very protective of my personal info.
You're 20. Why do you have a Facebook?
For family.
We have 30 minutes now.
We'll go about the rest.
We have one.
We'll go over the rest. We'll go over the rest of this later. But there is one thing I do want to state.
Yeah.
That's not related directly to Kumo.
Are we still talking about Neff?
Yes, but not directly related to you. So it's cool. You can sit back on this one. There is one thing Neff did say that is true. And I'm going to put this out here, and it's going to cause panic, but whatever. While it was not sent to the people that Neff claimed in this call, Zavia did share some of Neff's nudes, apparently, and I wasn't aware of that until recently, and that's not okay. So, Neff, I know is going to be listening to this, because that's who Neff is. Neff, I had no clue about that, and if I did, I would have kicked out Zavia earlier. I don't know why you think I hate you, but I don't. Not over that. I think you're a creep and a weirdo who is a stalking freak, but I'm not out here hammering at you. One more thing, real quick. This one is directed to Kumo. Why in the world did you ever think that script he gave you had anything to do with me?
Actually, he had a really convincing point, counterpoint to you guys saying it doesn't even sound like you.
Go on.
He said that the script he gave me, or he showed me, and we read the metadata, so we saw the date on it, and it is as old as he says it is. It's exactly how Sarah opened the video. Like it's pretty much verbatim what Sarah said in the intro. Now, okay. I will leave room for like maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe Sarah has a consistent way of opening videos.
I do.
Okay.
You ever?
But it was almost verbatim the exact same. Like some words were changed, but it was almost verbatim.
Yeah. I do go in depth in my response, like talking about that particular script. Okay. It's really fucking stupid.
Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I understand the talking point that like, oh, Lio doesn't cuss. You know, I was like, yeah, you know what, that is kind of weird.
It's not only that, it's the fact that like it's framed as if it's a Lio video, but Lio was never going to talk about the subject. It was going to be me. That like the title of the script that he gave you said like it went along the accountability and responsibility. I don't do that. That's on Lio's channel.
And whenever I do things like that, it's about people in my circle. Neff's never been in my circle. And on top of that, like, if Neff is the owner of that doc, Neff can edit whatever he wants and you won't know, regardless of metadata. The easiest way to prove it, send me the link, and I'll open it up live and show you I don't know.
Yeah, I wish he did have the link. That was something that did bother me. But I do recall seeing from the metadata, it is as old as he says it is, though. So, unless, like, there's a conspiracy that he's been plotting this shit for so long, I don't know.
What I can tell you is that he knew I was going to do something eventually because Zavia told him a year and a half ago around a year ago when it happened. So
well, I also need to like point out like I don't really like this notion that like people think I like agreed with everything or that like I was in support of him. Like I keep saying, I wanted Serafina's video to be good. Like I wanted to have a reason to just like fucking make fun of him.
Wasn't wrong.
Fuck you, it's hindsight.
Fuck you,
it's hindsight. But like,
yeah, okay. No, like, if people
what I had to go on from what I had to go
watching, upload soon. I was right the whole fucking
I'm just saying,
time.
Like, from what I had to go on, like, I don't think like all the claims were exactly proven, but I at least agree with the fact that he's like very unhinged and weird. Like, I agree entirely. Like before, I thought there was room for him to be a little normal, but like I've seen firsthand, he's very.
I only showed you half of what I have. I have so much more.
Yeah, I know.
Right. It sounds like we're all happy, kumbaya.
Okay, anyway,
it's over.
Yeah.
You don't have
okay,
to
just as a last thing, just the last thing. I rarely respond to chat, but Nathan, on a massive call with a load of people. Maybe don't spam in chat that you're going to report the stream and video. Maybe that's a fucking stupid thing to do. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you even
what
on
is
Beckett's,
wrong with you?
Why are you on Beckett's channel if you don't like his streams, you weirdo?
Shut the fuck up, Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan,
Jesus
shut up,
Christ,
Nathan.
Man. Like, I don't ban people from my chats, but like,
Okay,
fucking, you're the one fighting.
Wait, no.
For some fucking reason. So shut the fuck up, okay?
Well, can I?
What?
Well, you are the other half of Coke and Steve Monstrous.
Jesus Christ.
No, alright, are you done? Are you done?
Okay.
Shut up, Nathan.
Okay, well, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You can, however, move to the Outback if you would like to answer questions, Kumo. Please.
Oh, shit. Wait, no. Vlad wants to. Okay, it's very important. Vlad wants to say one thing.
Oh no.
That's fine. Move to the Outback. It is a free and open server VC.
God damn it!
You can literally move there. I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing we're doing our Q&A.
I'm sorry, Vlad.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Vlad.
You can go move over to the Outback. It is a free.
Okay. Would you like to join me, Lio, in answering people's questions?
I've actually got stuff I need to do. That's why I can only stay for this much longer. I'm trying to send you a doggone friend request, but it's stuck on the caption. Give me
hold on. I think. Oh, never mind. It's not you. Okay.
Sorry, Vlad. I tried.
Friend request. What the fuck?
Just the last thing as well. Who wins? Kumo at 48%, Lio at 5, Chad at 47.
What bullshit?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, well, anyways, I guess to conclude that particular section, I told you so. Anyways,
fuck you. It's hindsight. I plead the fifth.
Bye.
Anyway, send me a friend request when you can, because it doesn't want to work on my end.
Channel's
let me do that right now. I mean, I sent you one like ages ago, but I'll send you another.
Send me another one. Later.
2, 1.
Bye.
you.